Go ahead. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we're good. Team capture. There we go. Okay. Oh, and I should move my little camera there. Oh, yes, that is a live video feed of me as a Fumo. Oh, yeah. That. Down in the corner. Hey there, Tavio. Hello, hello. There we go. That should be good. Did I manage to get the grenade launcher? Yes. And it was everything I'd hoped for. I blew up myself and my allies.
Nice.
Yeah. Although I had this funny bug for like 2/3 of the time that I was using it, that the explosions, yeah, the explosions just stopped showing. There was no explosion, but everything just died, including myself. So I had no idea where the blast radius was. That was fun. It went about as you'd expect. Oh, but there was one point, it was great. I just like ran past a whole bunch of enemies to get to an elevator, and then while we were waiting for the elevator to come back up, I turned around and I shot my grenade launcher in there and blew up the entire squad of people chasing us. It was glorious. Let's see. Okay, it's been a while. Well, it feels like it's been ages. We did some Umineko. Where? I mean, yeah, the Ushiromis were stuck in horny jail. Oh, more future Ange. Right, right. Uh, hey there, Jeremy. Your 5 normal and 5 banner passes got you nothing. Rip indeed. Sometimes it do be like that. You caught my Limbus luck, which is negative. I've passed it on to you. Okay. Right, and was going to visit Nanjo's. What was it, like Nanjo's son or something? Is it? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That was from a different scene. Your banners are like 4 Maldies away from 5-star pity. Nice. Yeah, she went to Nijima. Going to visit whoever has control of Nanjo's clinic now. Oh, right, and then on the island, let's see. Apart from the Ushiromi is being stuck in horny jail, I think where we let off, Rouse was supposed to call the kids and tell them about the trial or something? Yeah. Kins is gonna have them go through a trial. He's like, if you don't call them, I'm gonna just kill them all. Fun stuff. Cost me getting out of the airport too here. That's true, yeah. Asami's scary. And Darth Kinzo still being Darth Kinzo. Good old Darth Kinzo. He brightens up the entire chapter with his evil charisma. Wants to serve you matcha. Yeah, have some tea. It'll be fine.
I'm in danger.
Yeah. 5-star video on the coin. 525. And 25 something else. Yeah. That's better than some. And so guaranteed drop. Pities. Yes. I haven't. Well. Let's see. How do I want to put this? I really should do some more Limbus grind. I tried to get through some of the mirror dungeon last night. I'm only on floor 3 though. Just normal. Trying to work on my last mirror dungeon, then I'll do some grinding. I'm really getting close to the point of being burnt out on that, though, I gotta say. I hate it, because you gotta do the mirror dungeons, or else you don't have enough currency to get the people you want, but, pain. Gotcha pain. Doing a mirror dungeon right now, actually. Nice. Yeah, then I gotta try and grind up on the event. And then I gotta log in every day for Guardian Tales, which I'm a little surprised they don't have any content for the anniversary. Well, any new story content, unless maybe that's coming in a second wave. Mirror dungeons are easy though. That's true. Mirror dungeons are a thing in Guardian Tales as well. Yeah, those are easy. But Limbus mirror dungeons, they take a while. Oh, but I've been playing this little, like, it's a, I don't know, they call it like a tower defense-ish thing, but like, I don't know, I don't know what to call it really. You have some people on one side, they're defending one side against the other side, and it's just back and forth, left and right. It's that kind. Called Last Walpurgis. It has a horrible translation, but it's actually just, it's a pretty neat story. I can still make out like 90% of it. It's not gacha, although, well, it has like some roguelite elements. Interesting. Yeah, apparently it came out like a month ago. It's a free game. It's a mobile game. And it just has a neat little story. Like, it has 4 chapters. And then it has an extra story, a guidon. And then it looks like it has something else, but it's not unlocked yet. It has a lot of ads, Like, and you can watch ads to get more resources, but it's not gacha. And I mean, I guess that's how they make money. Like, it's got some 5-second ads, or you can watch like 30-second ads, or shorter sometimes, get resources. I think it's not a live service. I think it's just a self-contained thing. Like I said, it's got 4 chapters and some after story as the guide, after story, alternate story, whatever, with the guide, and then it has one other thing that I can't see yet. But it's a story about witches who are being hunted by what they call saints. And like I said, the translation is horrible. Some of the people's names will be different almost every time, but still similar enough to know who they're talking about. But like I said, I can still understand like 90% of the story, and it's interesting. It's short, but it's interesting, and well, some of the stuff in there is a little disturbing, but they don't show anything, and it's very short segments. But it's neat. You don't see something like that often. I think you get on your nerves, the translation. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I don't know, it's just... If it had a good translation, I think it would be an excellent little game. And that's what keeps me going with it. I think it's one of those... It's sort of a hidden gem. The different characters, it has like... I don't know, maybe 30 different characters that you can use in your little army. And they all have these short little stories the more that you use them, and they connect with each other, and I think that's pretty neat. But like, it doesn't try to make the story stretch on. It's not a live service, so they don't need to. And yeah, you can probably, at least from what I see, you can probably complete it in like well, it might take like 20 hours. The after story gets really long. It gets way more grindy. Want to unlock the rest of the story? Last Walpurgis, yeah. Last Walpurgis. But yeah, just like I said, there are some small parts that can be just a little disturbing. They're very quick, and they don't show anything, but they're not pleasant to picture in your head. And then, like I said, the translation is horrible. It's like machine translation. For anybody that's read Chinese novels that are machine translated, you know what I'm talking about. Although it's still more coherent than that, I think. It's not quite that bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to understand that much. Worse than Umineko scenes? Probably not. Probably not. Although it has... Well, I guess I should say it has like quick mentions of rape. Yeah. So that's if you're not comfortable with that, just be aware. Like, I mean, of course, I'm not comfortable with it, but I just, like I said, it's very short. It doesn't show anything, and so you can just sort of breeze over that and be disgusted. Oh, I was gonna say, the story has some little twists that I think are pretty neat. It's not gonna win like the what is it, the Pulitzer Prize? That for writing novels, but is it how they just intertwine the stories of the different characters and sort of give some. I don't want to spoil the story at all. Anyway, it's neat. If you ever if you ever read Chinese novels, you probably find them funny. Understand single word. Yeah. Well, I mean, I read the translated versions. For the rec. I mean, if you check it out, I hope you enjoy it. Yeah. Every now and then, I come across something that I think is neat, and I like to recommend it. Especially since, like I said, this one seems to be sort of a hidden gem. I haven't seen anything about this. I just got lucky and found it on the App Store when I was looking for something to waste time with. But yeah. Anyway, I've been stalling Umineko here. Well, let's get on with this. The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. This aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different.
わざわざお越しくださり、誠に申し訳ないのですが、特にお話しすることはありません。
Oh, we have a character update. Nanjo Masayuki, Nanjo's son, inherited the Nanjo clinic. Unlike Nanjo, he seems to be a more sobered, indifferent person. After the rampage surrounding Rokkenjima, he grew to completely despise the press, and he never spoke again of what happened around that time. He once had a daughter afflicted with an incurable disease, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. Oof. Well, now I'm sad. Nanjo Sr.'s first name again? That is a good question. Did it start with a T? I don't know, it doesn't say here. Teruyuki? That sounds right? I'm not sure. I thought it started with a T at the very least. Man, I'm breaking so much glass. It's gonna cost a fortune. Thankfully, they're rich. Haramasa. Oh, okay. Nanjo's son said that very indifferently.
あの島の事故がワイドショーなどで非常に不謹慎に取り上げられて以来、後宮氏の主治医であり友人でもあった父にも大変心外な関心が多数寄せられました。そのいずれもが何の根拠もなく、また父のそれまでの業績を汚すものでした。 私はそれら全てについて未だに強く憤慨しています。
無理もないことと思います。私も同じようなものですので。私など6つの時から延々です。
そうでしたね。これは失礼。
The doctor finally remembered that And was also a victim who had been exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been.
そんなあなたなら当時の件にもう関わりたくないという私どもの気持ちもお分かりでしょう。あれは不幸な事故でした。それを事件だと騒ぎ立てたがるのは無責任なテレビと雑誌だけです。
In episode 3, when Ava was going to kill him, Nando said something about having a sick grandkid? Ah, yeah. Oof.
彼らの態度には心底うんざりさせられますよ。
Nanjo had been bathed with attention for being one of Ushiromi Akinzo's few friends. Because of that, there was probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters, and the press to use Nanjo's son as well, a surviving relative, as a source of information. The doctor went on, criticizing the press indignantly.
お気持ちよくわかります。私生活に至るまで監視を受け、プライバシーも肖像権も、果ては人権さえも認められてたかわからない私ですから、そのやり場のないお怒り、よくお察しできます。だからこそ、私の人生をここまで台無しにしたあの事件は一体何だったのか、どうしても知りたいのです。それでここへ来ました。私もあなたと同じ当事者です。雑誌記者でもインタビュアーでもありません。そこを誤解しないでください。私は道楽でこんなところまで来たんじゃない。私を見下すのもいい加減にしてください。あの事件で狂わされた人生の傷跡比べをするならば、私とあなたでは比べ物にもならない。
Oof. Ange spoke sharply. The doctor, who hadn't imagined that he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, couldn't help but fall silent. From Ange's perspective, the doctor really was whining over nothing. He really didn't want to be looked down upon. It was about time to let him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he'd said something wrong and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable.
当時のことを思い出すのは苦痛でしょうが、ご存知のことがあったら何でも教えてください。もちろん口外はしません。私は私の人生に決着をつけるために、今日私は18です。あの事件は私の人生の12年を奪った。そしてこれからも奪い続けるでしょう。私は6歳のあの日からずっと暗闇に放り込まれたままなんです。そんな私でも知る権利がないとおっしゃるんですか？
いや、失敬。たちの悪い連中ばかりが来ていたので、私もつい身構えてしまったようです。失敬したのをお詫びします。わかりました。他言無用を誓っていただけるなら何でもお話しします。
ありがとう先生。ではお願いします。何でも結構です。話してください。
知っての通り、父は後宮氏の主治医であると同時に チェスを通じた友人同士でもありました。その親交は後宮氏が六軒島に移り住んできた当時からのとても長いものでした。
どのくらい仲が良かったのですか？
相当だったようです。チェスの縁で先方の屋敷に厄介になることも少なくなかったようです。私の口から言うのもなんだが、後宮氏は非常に気難しい方でした。そして父はそんな人間と付き合うのに長けた非常におおらかな人だった。孤独な後宮氏にとって稀な友人であったことは想像に難しくないでしょう。
当日は親族会議でした。後宮家の親族会議は資産やその運用などについて厳しく問われるさながら経営会議のようなものだったとされています。そのような席にまで出席を求められるほどに南條先生は信頼を得ていたわけですね。
That's a good point. Like, Dr. Nanjo was there at the family conference. I mean, yeah, I guess that's pretty no-brainer, but at the same time, I didn't really put any thought into that. Dr. Nanjo has been trusted so much that he was at the family conference where they talk about the most important things. Yeah, as a friend of Kinzo. I mean, I've been looking at him as just like Kinzo's friend this entire time, but and I mean, he has been able to talk a little sense into Kinzo, maybe, but I guess I didn't really put that much importance on him. I guess that's just something to keep in mind.
父は純朴な医師であり、後宮家のような富豪の財産運用について助言できるような立場にあったとは思えません。おそらく当時の後宮氏は健康状態が優れられなかったでしょうから、その買い添えとして呼ばれていたのでしょう。
Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. Was he there to assist with his health? Not like he really listened to him. That's another sort of sus point. Was Nanjo called by Kinzo, or was he called by, like, Kraus? I mean, Kinzo could very well just want a chess buddy. Yeah, it's not like Kinzo ever listened to him. So why was he here all the time? Or was it only during the family conference that he's here? Oh yeah, do we know who called him here at this time? Like, was it Kinzo or was it Kraus? I mean, if it was Kraus, then he'd be there just to look at Kinzo's health. But if Kinzo called him, there could be another reason. Kinzo might not listen to Nanjo, but might be the one Kinzo would most likely listen to. Yeah, well, I mean, he listens to him on some things, but on the matter of health, I don't think Kinzo really listens to him at all. I mean, Nanjo's always telling him to not drink that mixture. He drinks it anyway. That's why I'm saying, if Kinzo called Nanjo here, it doesn't really seem like it would be for health reasons. But if Kraus called him, then it could be for health reasons.
親友の父ならおそらく口も固く親族会議上の秘密もきっと漏らさないと信頼されていたに違いない。
Wait, the other theory from Batman and the siblings? Has actually been dead? Oh, that's true. Well, I mean, if Kinzo's actually dead... I mean, Nanjo would have to be in on it, yeah. He looks harmless enough, but what if he's actually scheming inside? I don't know. I don't know who's real and who's not. Everybody changes their attitude every episode. Oh my. He always says how bad Kinzo looks. Yeah. I was surprised he's still alive. Hmm. I think there's smoke coming out of my head. Yeah, he's 3 months away from dying, yeah. I could be making mountains out of molehills, but I don't know. I don't know. It almost seems a little sus.
当時の後宮金蔵はかなり健康状態が悪かったのでしょうか。カルテが残っていたりはしますか。
事故の当日はカルテを持参していたのでしょう。後宮氏のカルテは残念ながらフォルダごと失われています。父のクラン家ですし、私も詳しいことはわかりません。
All of Kinzo's charts have been lost. Now that's sus.
事件の前後、何か気になるようなことはありました？
あるにはあります。ですが、非常に誤解を招きそうなので、あまり言いたくはありません。
Did anything happen around the time of the incident? Yeah, there was one thing, but I don't really want to talk about it. That ain't gonna fly, buddy.
何ですか？それを教えてください。
For a while, the doctor beat around the bush. But after saying that much, he wouldn't be able to fool Ange by dodging the subject. He eventually gave in, and after making Ange swear herself to secrecy again, told her.
実はあの事故の数日後に私の自宅に郵便が届いたのです。
郵便？
それはとても奇妙な郵便でした。差出人が私になっているのですが、それは身に覚えのないものでした。何者かが私の名を語って出したということです。宛先は北海道の礼文島。
Rebun Island in Hokkaido.
北方領土の話を抜きにすれば、日本の最北端の島です。 その宛先人がなんと礼文島の住所ではありますが、父の名前だったのです。
Father's name? The recipient was supposed to be Nanjo Sr. Sender was Nanjo Jr., but he doesn't remember. And it's a one-winged eagle letter.
しかし送付先住所が間違っているらしく、住所不明の付箋が貼られて、差出人である私のところへ戻ってきたわけです。
Problem with the destination address. It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo Teramasa, on Hokkaido's Rebun Island. Yeah, Teramasa. But the lot number written on it didn't exist, so the local post office had been unable to deliver it, and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son.
中身は何だったんですか？
本当に他言無用でお願いします。
Why?
私も非常に迷惑しているんです。かといって捨てるわけにもいかず。
The doctor stood up and faced a bookshelf. There was packed a group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental, meant to make it very clear that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took that out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape, and its faded color and dryness made it clear that it had been sealed 12 years ago.
くれぐれも他言無用でお願いします。
Being so persistent that it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. With a paper knife, yeah. The knife is not made out of paper. It's a knife meant for cutting paper. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. The envelope had a weight to it, hinting that there was something other than a letter inside. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Teramasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following that incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he had eventually been treated as dead after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One could almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido.
南條先生は本当に北海道に存在を？
What do you think?
あるいは同姓同名の人物が北海道に？
父が何かの事情で事故を逃れ、北海道で存命していたのだとしたら、私たち家族にとっては事情に関わらず嬉しいことです。私も初めはその可能性を考えました。しかし、この封筒の送付先住所は存在しないのです。つまりこの封筒は届くはずのない郵便なのです。
It could be that it was meant to come back to him, but I don't know what the purpose of that would be.
送付者が正しい住所を書き損じた可能性は？
もちろん否定はできません。ですが住所の番地を見る限りどうもそうは思えないのです。
Residence's house number.
北海道礼文島礼文郡礼文町 1-2-34-567
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like the password on somebody's luggage. Idaho, Rebun Island, Rebun County, Rebun City. Up until Rebun City, it's fine. But I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that the sequential number after it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, was a little insincere. It felt like a fake number that some kid had made up.
おそらく明らかに存在しない住所をデタラメに書いたのでしょう。この封筒は初めから存在せず届くはずのない住所に送付されたと考えるのが自然だと思います。
It was sent to a place where it had no chance of being delivered. And that's in bold, for some reason. So I'm thinking that what I said before was correct, maybe? Maybe the letter was meant to come back to him? If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender. But even in the case of an incomplete address, the local post office will often courteously, and to the best of its ability, research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that the same thing had happened with this envelope, and that the stamp was postmarked on October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima was a long way away from Rebun Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was probably a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Gasp. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, this envelope was already wrapped in mystery. No, actually, it was wrapped in an envelope.
どうぞ。
After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already opened envelope. From the inside came a small folded letter, and a small key with a number plate attached. Then a magnetic card slid out. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. I didn't know what it meant. The magnetic card was pitch black and had gold characters engraved in it. Members was written in English. The jet black gold lettered card design made it feel like something very high class. But of course, I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief, and only the following was written. 07151129. Didn't we see that number before somewhere? Now, where do we see that? Can't remember. I can't place it. Uh, a date? It was on the door to the parlor last game where George was killed. Hmm. I feel like maybe I said the same thing, but this may be a date? July 7th, or, well, July 7th. Yeah, 7th month is July. July 15th, 1129? I don't think that's it. Why would they have a date from that long ago? Oh, right. Ava, Nanjo, Jessica, and Battler discussed it a bit. Battler said his birthday was July 15th. 1129. November 29th? There's somebody with the birthday November 29th? Oh, they mentioned no one knew if November 29th was significant. Okay. And it would have to be connected to Battler somehow if that's the case. Whose birthday? Why would they put somebody's birthday next to Battler's birthday? Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. Also written was the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Branch. That was all.
これは
貸金庫のカードと鍵、そして暗証番号でした。
Oh. Yeah, that would make sense. A pin for a safe deposit box. What's in the box? And why would they write a pin for a safe deposit box where George died? Hmm.
それも普通の貸金庫ではない。特別な顧客のみに許されているらしい不気味な貸金庫でした。
Special safe deposit box. After he finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he had visited the bank. Pin and key and card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. At first, he hadn't known what to do. The card wasn't something he'd owned in the first place. When he mustered up his courage and showed his card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status, and was guided to a large vault on the fourth basement. Security on the way there was very strict. The doctor had stored valuable items such as real estate transcripts in a safe deposit box before, but this was something on a whole different level.
私の使っている貸金庫の手続きと違い、カードと暗証番号、そして鍵を持っているならば、本人確認は行われないというシステムでした。
Strict security, but you didn't need to confirm your identity. Uh-huh.
ですが、とにかく厳重な金庫室で、その物々しさに怯えました。こんなところに預けざるを得ない、どんな物騒なものが待ち受けているのかと。
それで
カードをリーダーに通すと、暗証番号の入力を求められました。そしてそこにある8桁の数字を入力すると認証され、 金庫室への入室が認められました。すごい光景でしたよ。まるで SF 映画のような世界だった。薄暗い銀色の広大な部屋にびっしりと金庫の扉が埋め尽くされているのです。
It was covered with doors to safes. He had entered that room along with the clerk. It seems that as soon as the card was read, the vaults he had a right to were determined, so that safes he could open were lit green, or were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one. Are you saying there were multiple safes that he could open?
A11にはそれらの金庫のうちの一つを示すものでした。ちなみにそれ以外の金庫にもずらりと緑ランプが点灯していました。
There were, but why?
20個以上はあったと思います。
Wait, is that gold?
あるいは他の一角にももっとあったのかも。
Can't be.
いずれにせよ、私の鍵は A11 にのみ。
Oh, he had access to them with the pin, I guess. Oh yeah, maybe that could be the gold. But really?
他の金庫の中身を確かめる術はありませんでしたが。
As the clerk watched, the doctor had unlocked and opened the safe. The card and the pin gives access to multiple safes and each one has a key. Oh wait, I thought the card was the key. Wait, was it? Did I forget about the existence of a key? Card, key, and a pin. Okay, I forgot about the existence of the key. I was just focused on the card and the pin. Huh. Okay. As the clerk watched, the doctor had unlocked and opened the safe. When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet had opened, and an expensive-looking duralumin case peeked out. That was carried into a separate room, where for the first time the clerk left, and he was introduced to the contents.
中身は
Pause, champ.
現金でした。
Cash. Hmm.
現金
Could it be... Here's a theory. Hold my beer. Kinzo said that his gold was in the open for anyone to see. What if it's the bank? Like it's not necessarily the gold in physical form, but well, I don't know if he would own it necessarily, but I don't know, he could either own the bank or the money is or the money's in the bank, gold, but in the form of cash. Possibly. Now that would sort of clash with the gold on the island in that was episode 3, right? It's getting harder to remember what happened in which chapter or episode. But that would work with my theory of what happens on the island is not necessarily true. Yeah, Avison saw tons of actual gold. But if we're thinking that the stuff on the island is not necessarily 100% the truth, then maybe there wasn't actually gold on the island? And maybe that has something to do with the pin being written on the door where George died? Dead? Then if all of these safes hold part of the Ushiromi of Fortune, I could sort of see that being called out in the open for anybody to see, but not something that somebody would expect. So Kinzo could gamble on that. And then I don't know where the other keys would be, though. Huh. But it's a start. It's a start of a theory. Why Nanjo, though? Good question. uh... Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, it wouldn't have to necessarily be... well, let's see. Well, I mean, Nanjo's... I don't know why they would send this to Nanjo. Unless maybe it's a clue for Ange intentionally? Could someone have intentionally left her some clues? I don't know. Hmm. I could come up with some pretty outlandish theories if I spent some time on this, maybe. But... clue to what? What actually happened, maybe? I don't know. Like, sort of like how Kinzo likes to gamble. Maybe he intentionally left some clues, or somebody else left clues in the same kind of way. I don't know. Catch me if you can. I don't know. I got nothing. All I got is the start of a theory. I have nothing to connect it to yet.
どれほど
新札の100万円の束はちょうど厚みが1センチになると聞いたことがあります。それがこれだけのジュラルミンケースの中にびっしり詰められていたのですから。
A pack of 1 million yen in fresh banknotes is precisely 1 centimeter thick. They're packed tightly and into a Durluin case of such a size.
多分1億はあったでしょう。
100 million yen. So that'd be 10 million in US dollars, right? Or wait. How M does math? I mean, 100 yen is or wait, would it be $1 million? Yeah, $1 million. I forgot how to math there for a moment. Yeah, 1980s yen. I think currently the yen has fallen in value, or at least it was that way a while back. Well, a few months ago. I don't know how it is now.
数えたわけではないから分かりません。手すら触れませんでしたから。私はすぐに直感しました。これは危険な金だと。
It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a case in a safe like that. Why not? So it's 1 million now. Back then it was worth a lot more. Oh, yeah, it's true. I see, yeah. It's much easier to deal with if you put it into an account and turn it into numbers. When someone is unable to do that, then it's clear that there's something wrong with the cash.
私は頭が真っ白になり、すぐに関わり合ってはならないと直感しました。
Hmm. Hmm. I have to wonder, like, when exactly... Well, he got that, like, a week after... well, no. It was soon after Nanjo's funeral. So at that time, wouldn't his daughter still be alive? Or wait, was it daughter or... Yeah, daughter. I wasn't sure if they were specified. It'd be sort of strange to think that he'd just put the money back. Surely he would be tempted to use that for his daughter. Hmm.
それで一切手をつけなかった。
Maybe he had enough money back then? Maybe. But them incurable diseases can be quite expensive if you try to treat them. But maybe.
はい。そのまま施錠し直し、元の金庫に預けて立ち去りました。この鍵やカードも捨てようと思いましたが、何が起こるかわからない。そのため、誰にも内緒で12年もの間、本棚の裏に隠し続けてきたのです。あれが何の金だったのか、私にも未だにわかりません。
この封筒をお借りすることはできますか？
いえ、この場で見るだけにしてください。
わかりました。では、ちょっと失礼します。調べ物を。
I took One-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then I opened to the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-chan, and compared the handwriting on both. There was no mistake about the characteristic handwriting. The one who had sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What could it be?
ええ。そんな郵便物が確か届いた気がしますわ。母ちゃん、あれはどこにしまったっけな。
Huh? This. The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. Kumasawa's son. Kumasawa Sabakichi, Kumasawa's son, works at the Nijima fishing harbor. He must have gotten his carefree, big-hearted personality from Kumasawa. Many of Kumasawa's sons are fishermen, so they're often away from land for their work. This one happens to work at the harbor, so it was only coincidence that I managed to get in touch with him. Kumasawa loved to talk, so I did hope he might have heard her let something slip, but... So Nanjo's son got money, and Kumasawa's son got money. He had been very busy in the days since, and seemed to have forgotten all about it while running around all over the place. However, its strange contents had apparently stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Ange mentioned it to him. So I guess we're just not with the doctor anymore. I guess we've moved on already. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining that he always forgot where he put things right away. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was the same as Nanjo's son's. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa's son, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. And the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture, Yayama County, Yonaguni City, 123456-7. Yonaguni Island was at the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot name was exactly the same sequential number that had apparently been chosen without much care. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it be returned to the sender. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the pin and the bank's main branch written on it. A magnetic card. A key with an attached number plate. The inscription on the number plate was A113. The number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Most likely, inside this vault was the same kind of duralumin case, packed with 100 million yen in cash.
"死んだおふくろがメイドから送ってきたような気がしてね。中身もよくわからんし、薄気味悪いんでずっとほったらかしにしてて、今日まですっかり忘れてたんですわ。お嬢さんはこれが何かご存知なんですかね？ひょっとしてあんたんとこにも同じものが？
どうしたんです、園児様。
Nani?
うりゃ、頭痛。
Wait, did she get a letter like this?
ごめん、頭が痛い。刺さってる。知っている。知ってるって何を？まさかこの封筒、園児様のところにも？
I've remembered. A strange envelope was also sent to me 12 years ago. After losing my entire family, I was depressed. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, though I still had a faint memory of it. It was a strange letter, which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forget the destination address, but the recipient had been named Ushiromiya Rudolph. My father. I remember how disturbed I was when I got a letter I thought was from father, opened it up, and found a key and a card that I didn't really understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now, I have no way of checking its contents. However, I have a general idea. I'm sure that the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there had been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope.
ベアトリーチェ、これは何のつもりよ。あいつは全ての遺族にこんなふざけた金をばらまいたというの？死んだ後も愚弄するなんて許せない。
ウリュ、エンジェ。
Sakutaro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit.
ごめんなさい。ベアトリーチェ憎しは今に始まったことじゃないわ。あの6歳の日にもうすでにあの魔女と縁があったことに驚きと怒りを感じただけよ。
Those surviving family members got 100 million yen. But why?
この12年間、エンジェ様はずっとベアトリージェ様の呪縛にとらわれてきた。これがそのまさに呪縛の証となるのかもしれません。ですが、どうかしっかりそれを打ち破るための旅でもあるはずです。
そうね。頭に血を上らせたって何の役にも立たないわ。冷静に考えなくちゃ。これはどういうことなの？遺族に1億円をばらまく意味は何？挑発だとでも言うの？ベアトリーチェめ。
エンジェ、落ち着いて。ウリュ。
As Sakutaro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath, started thinking.
この封筒の送付はつまり、ベアトリーチェによる事件の計画性を裏付けるものかしら。
消印は親族会議の直前、そしてわざと時間をかけて返送されてくるように仕組まれている。
Postmarked right before the family conference. Intentionally set up so it would be sent back after some time.
事件の後に届くようにしたかったということかな。
Yes, wanted it to arrive after the incident.
そうなるわ。でも少し疑問もあるの。なぜこんな不確実な方法で？
不確実？
Why is that an uncertain method?
ねえ。だって何日で郵便が戻ってくるかなんて事前には想像もできないじゃない。郵送先の郵便局が調査し、送付先不明と判断し返送するまでの期間なんて普通は想像もできない。
Normally, you couldn't even guess at the amount of time it would take for the receiving post office to search unknown and return it. I mean, would it really be that hard? Well, I mean, maybe if they didn't do the research right away. I mean, yeah, it could take longer than expected. Not necessarily that easy to pinpoint, I guess.
そういえばそうだね。ちゃんと到着の期日を決めて、そういう郵便で出した方が確実なのにね。うりゅう。まあでも、前日に投函したんなら、どんなに早く戻ってきても、きっと月曜日以降の到着になったでしょうし。
Oh, maybe she's worried about it being sent too quickly? Oh yeah, I'm sure it would take a few days for that to run all around. So it wouldn't be that hard to make it arrive later.
死者からの手紙を気取りたかったんじゃないかしら。
死者からの手紙か。確かにね。あれは驚くし嫌な気持ちになるわよ。死んだ家族の名前が表に大きく書かれている郵便物が物々しい付箋付きで郵便受けに放り込まれているんだから。でも私は何か腑に落ちないわ。私だったら期日指定郵便にする。ひょっとしたら想定しない日に届くかもしれないという不安定さが私にはどうしても理解できないの。
Why would they need to have it arrive on a specific day? I mean, as long as it's after the event, like I said, probably wouldn't be that difficult.
ウリュウ。でも確かにそういうのベアトらしいかなって思う。
え、あなたベアトのことわかるの？
ちょっとしかお話ししたことないけど、でもベアトならこういうことをするかなってのがなんとなくわかるの。マモンもなんとなく想像がつかない？ベアトってこういういたずら好きだよね。確かにそうかも。ベアドリージュ様なら死者からの手紙みたいな悪質ないたずらはやりかねないと思います。それだけじゃなくて、絶対確実な方法じゃなくてちょっぴり不確実な方法の方をベアトリーチェは面白がるの。
More interesting to do it through an uncertain method.
不確実な方法を面白がる。
Gamba. I remembered Maria One-chan's diary. It had described playing with Beatrice very often. During those times, Beato sometimes played pranks on the adult relatives with Maria. But those pranks always had a touch of witch aesthetics, which was that they were more interesting when they were uncertain. Flashbang. One day, Maria One-chan and Beato decided to use a wind-up mini-car that she had brought for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time, and if you made the mini-car back up, it would wind up the springs in the tires, and when you let it go, it would race forwards. They had wound up that mini-car and set it behind a milk jug. In other words, The prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the mini car would jump forward and surprise whoever did it. Huh. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, One-chan and Byato had watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing someone get caught by it, but no one moved the trapped milk jug, and the trap ended in a misfire. When One-chan had then muttered something, bleh. When One-chan had then muttered, "We should have put it somewhere where it definitely would have caught attention." Oh my goodness. I'm inputting words that aren't there. Should have put it somewhere where where it would have definitely caught someone. Byato apparently said this: "The most interesting and thrilling traps are the ones where you don't know who will get caught, or even if anyone will get caught at all." It's probably true that you wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that would certainly go off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around, find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. Spin! What the witch doing? As Ange examined these, her gaze darted from place to place. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, several framed pictures were hung. Many of them were commemorative photos from when the relatives of the Kumasawa family gathered or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. She still wore a smile that made it so you could almost hear her light-hearted "ho ho ho ho" laugh. Part of my distant memory, but I definitely remembered that she was this sort of cheerful old lady.
熊沢さんは事件の直前に変わった様子はありましたか？
いや、いつも通りに見えたな。親族会議はピリピリするから辛い辛いと漏らすのはいつものことでしたし。
これは？
Among the several frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some characters had been written with a pen.
ああ、それはお袋の形見分けでもらってきた写真ですわ。多分例の黄金伝説に関係したやつではないかと。
魔女の碑文ですか？10トンの黄金の隠し場所を示すと噂される。熊沢さんも挑んでおられたんですね。でもこれは碑文じゃない。初めて見るものです。
There was an arch above the Western-style door, and that's where the relief was. English words were engraved there, and that seemed to be what this picture was focused on. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese.
この扉は1000兆分の1の確率でしか開かない。
Oh, that door. It's sort of funny. It says the English was translated into Japanese, and then they've translated it back to English.
あなたは1000兆分の1の確率でしか祝福されない。 知らないわ。
The quadrillion door.
こんな文章、碑文にもお姉ちゃんの日記にも出てこない。
お袋の遺品の中に碑文の謎解きに挑戦してると思われる写真やノートが結構出てきたんですわ。
Yeah, Battler couldn't say quadrillion.
お袋も案外そういうのが好きだったんだな。
Umasawa was actually fond of trying to figure out the riddle.
なんでも10トンの金塊が隠されてたって噂だ。そりゃあお袋も夢中になるはずですわ。
In both Maria Onechan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It had talked about how it was a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, Beatrice's succession ceremony. On and on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last part, about it being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold in the Ushiromiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Ushiromiya family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the family head, Kinzo, had arranged for to choose his successor. But with the Mariage Sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both of the message bottles drew a tale of a crime following that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters tried as well. I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Enora theory in certain books. However, neither of these theories were conclusive.
他にも資料が？
あると思うけど、兄弟で適当に分けたからな。誰が何を持ってるやらさっぱりですわ。申し訳ない。
この熊沢さんが撮影した英文だけ読むと、めったに開かれない開かずの扉という印象を受ける。でもこれは屋敷のどこかしら。光の具合から屋外みたいだけど、熊沢さんはこの中にその黄金が隠されていると睨んでたのかしら。
さあ、いずれにせよ六軒島の屋敷のどこかでしょうな。お袋の預金口座には残念だが黄金を発見したと思えるようなお金は入ってませんでしたよ。さすがに見つからんかったんでしょうな。
The Golden Witch, Beatrice, gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Ushiromiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rokkenjima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell is a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced. When my family died on the island that day, they didn't go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now, and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. Yay! The last place I had visited was a store in the region between the housing district and the retail stores. Signboard saying Marufuku Sleep Shop. Marufuku Sleep Shop. Okay, before we check into this place, I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. In the meantime, you can listen to this lovely rain ASMR. Oh my.
Oh, hello there.
We still awake? Uh, I actually was gifted a little, uh, a white noise maker thing yesterday for my birthday. Also, it does a whole bunch of different sounds. One of them is rain, which I personally like. I was actually using that last night. Quite nice. Like rain noise. Nice and comforting. What is this about the Marufuku sleep shop? There lived the man who had been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rockinjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness, and was now taken care of at a house at the house of his son and his son's wife.
よく覚えてる。
Captain Kawabata. Captain Kawabunga. An old man who used to be a captain of a high-speed boat that went to and from Rockinjima. At least among those still alive, he's certainly the person most familiar with matters concerning Rockinjima. The media hoped he might have learned details of the situation inside the Ushiromiya family from the various discussions with servants going to and from the island. However, he never said anything, so they eventually began to forget this old man. He never said anything? Like, did he refuse to talk about it, or does he just not know?
あんた、まだこんなに小さかった。立派になったな。そして、さぞや辛かっただろう。お前さんの気持ち、よくわかるぞ。
The former boat captain was in such high spirits that you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too, and he could remember the events of more than a decade ago well. Apparently even about how Ange had been at the time. The way he chatted on was very helpful for Ange, but at the same time, he also remembered the final family conference very well. And the fact that he remembered even the details like Battler's fall madness on the boat was actually painful for her. Oof. It had been so back then as well. But even now, there was no public way to cross to Rockinjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I'd been unable to arrange for a boat to Rockinjima, so if he refused me, such a voyage would probably become hopeless.
わかってる。今、あの島に行きたがる船なんぞ、簡単には見つからんだろう。今じゃ六軒島と呼ばず、古い名前の悪食島と呼ぶ者までおる。この辺りの船乗りじゃ、首を縦には振るまいな。
From the start, fishermen had feared Rockinjima as an island of misfortune. Because of that incident 12 years ago, this fear had reached a peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There were almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rockinjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this had caused the sense of mystery surrounding Rockinjima to increase even more, which had resulted in the propagation of the bizarre witch stories they loved so much. I gotta wonder, like, what happened to the houses on Rockinjima? Well, the buildings. We got at least one mansion, possibly two. I mean, at least on the parts of the story where they're on the island, there is a second mansion. But Do they just let them overgrow the place? Seems odd to let that go to waste, but I don't know who would take care of it, though. You'd almost think that, I don't know, like maybe some kind of real estate place, or maybe the government would take care of that. I don't know who Rockinjima belongs to at this point. If I remember correctly, they sort of like grandfathered in owning the island. So, did it belong to Ava? Did it get passed down to Angier? Or Rockinjima would probably belong to Ava, not to Ange, maybe? Yeah, okay. Hmm. Huh. It do feel weird.
船は出してもらえるでしょうか。
うん。明日だけ返してもらう約束になっとる。最近はエンジンがだいぶご機嫌斜めらしいがな。かっ飛ばしてやるわい。
Guy is so helpful. The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rockinjima. Now my method of transport to Rockinjima is insured. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left. Tomorrow. On Rockinjima, I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years.
よかったね。これで島へ行けるようになったね。
I feel like there's gonna be a shootout between I can't remember the name of the guy with Ange. He hasn't shown himself for so long. Amakusa. Or Jusa. Yeah. Last name Amakusa. Yeah, we haven't seen him in a while. I mean, I know he's there with her, but he hasn't talked or anything. Yeah, I feel like there's gonna be a shootout between him and Kasumi. Kasumi's guards and all that. Gives me that feel. It sort of makes me think of like, was it 70s or 80s detective dramas?
そうね。船を見つけるのは難しいと聞いていたから、船長が協力的で助かったわ。
エンジ様ほどではないにしても、船長にとっても12年前の事件は未だ抜けないトゲなんでしょうね。
True, I guess the boat captain would get bothered quite a bit since he was actually closely related to Rockinjima.
ウリュウ、船長さんも心の整理がつかなかったんだね。
I wonder, did the boat captain get money?
ずっと。そりゃそうでしょう。約束通り10月5日にあのじいさんが船を出してくれれば大勢が助かった可能性がある。
Could he have saved them though? I mean, wasn't the island supposed to be separated from the real world? Ooh.
ちょっと風が強いからといって船を渋らなければ。
A little wind. Yeah. And I would never call a storm like that just a little wind. The ocean can be quite scary when it storms.
ウリュウ、そんなこと言っちゃダメだよ。船長さんもそれを今日までずっと苦しんできたはずだよ。
Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokkenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. All of the relatives had been very busy at the time. They came to the family conference only after arranging their schedules beforehand. It was probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to the next week just because a typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault. But perhaps you could say that he wasn't so irresponsible that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, there's no doubt that the boat captain has been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time. That's true. I mean, I could see him having some guilt even though it's not really his fault. Or was it? Bah, bah, bah. And by taking me, the last member of the Ushiromiya line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past. It was the boat captain all along. Oh my goodness.
船は昼過ぎに帰ってくることになってる。
What if he's taking her back to finish off the job?
それからあんたを六軒島へ案内するから、到着は夕方前になるだろう。電気も明かりもない島だ。あまり長いはできんぞ。その程度の上陸で、あんたの気は済むかね。
長い舌から何かの気が済むというものでもありませんし、船を出してもらえるだけでも感謝します。
うん、すまんな。わしが船を手放していなければ、ケチなことを言わず、好きなだけ島へ案内してやれるんだが。
It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokkenjima. So I'll be there during the evening. The evening, which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seemed almost like a borderline between this world and the next. Or possibly 1998, 1986. And it felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokkenjima. It's not like I have anything in particular to do there. Just staying there for a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. At that time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him about how I had succeeded in reserving a boat for tomorrow.
それはよかった。そろそろ参りましょう。船長、明日はよろしくお願いします。
ああ、任せておけ。お前さんたちの難儀な事情も聞いとる。わしも当時のワイドショーを見ていて、面白半分に事件をかき回す連中に虫唾が走っとったもんだ。協力は惜しまんよ。
ありがとうございます。 それでは明日お昼に。これ船代に。
Ange took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain should have noticed its thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head.
わしはお前さんに感謝しとるよ。これは天のお導きだ。あんたを六軒島へ連れて行き、そして無事に連れ帰る最後のチャンスをくださったんだ。わしは金蔵さんに任されていた最後の仕事を今ようやく終えることができる。だからあんたには感謝してる。金は当時の金蔵さんからたらふくもらってる。あんたから取れんよ。
And boat captain's a bro.
ありがとうございます。
Unless he's the mastermind.
階段足元に気をつけてな。急だぞ。
I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Most of the first floor was a bedding store, with many futons piled up on top of each other. Oh. Yeah, so it is a bedding store. We weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusa dashed out first and started up the car.
孫の部屋が空いとる。泊まって行っても構わんのに。見ての通り、布団なら有り余っとるぞ。
ありがとうございます。万一の時、ご迷惑はかけられませんので。
事情は知らんが、相当な厄介に巻き込まれてるようだな。うさんくさい連中が人探しをしていると噂になっとる。あんたのことじゃないのかね。
そう。
Ange played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
わしは六軒島を目指す客人を送り届け、そして迎えに行き連れ帰ることが仕事だった。その仕事を12年前に中断したまままだ終えてない。だからわしはあんたのおかげでその仕事をようやく終えることができるんだ。だからわしにその仕事を終えさせてくれよ。わかってるな。
ええ。別に私は死にに行くんじゃない。
But part of me does feel that if I could die on that island, I'd surely be able to go where my family is. I've finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading towards Rockinjima in search of a place to die. The boat captain had guessed that as well. That's why he repeatedly told me not to die.
ええ、死にません。約束します。そもそも私、どうして六軒島に行かなくてはならないのかの目的さえ、未だにあやふやなんですから。
いや、目的はきっとある。あんたにないなら、それは彼らにあるんだ。島があんたを呼んだ。だからあんたはここまで来たんだ。
そうかもしれませんね。私は呼ばれたのかもしれない。
I was called. For what reason? For them. Father, Mother, Battler Oni-chan, and Maria One-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What is on Rockinjima? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I still haven't been able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard.
それでは明日失礼します。
Winding between the stacks of futons in the cramped store, I was about to go outside. Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this. Then my feet stopped.
どうしたね？
あれは
Oh, okay. I thought they were gonna get attacked by Kasumi and company.
あれ？はて、何の話だね？
Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That must mean...
ありえない。
What is it?
どうして？ウリオ、エンジェ、どうして？どういうことなのこれは？
I looked real close, might have noticed it. Oh, it was actually in the store. Oh, can I can't go back, can I? Yeah, I can only go back with that. Darn it. Wait, what if I clip? I'll clip myself. I can't go back far. Darn it. I can't go back far enough with the clip. No. I've been jebaited. You're not even getting the hint. Darn it. Okay, I'll try and remember to go back after stream or something. Check the VOD. Unless they show me what it is.
私にだってさっぱりだわ。そんなバカなことってあるの？これは魔法なの？奇跡なの？ええ、多分これは運命よ。私は今理解したわ。
It won't show. Oh, okay. Darn it.
これが私の使命だったのよ。
Darn you, game, or well, visual novel. What is it?
ウリオ、私には何が何だか。
Neither do I. Shaking, I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up. Oh, wait.
どうしたんだね？
Okay, we can see again. What is it? What could it be? And Sakataro clearly know what she's talking about. Would this guy be covering it up? Magic. There's a small blue gem. How's it going? It's... Where? It's time for today's edition of Where's Waldo? Except we don't even know what we're looking for. Well, I don't. This is it's magic, yeah. It'd be something out of place, right? Something that doesn't belong. It'd be this thing over here? I don't know what that is. It's like something in a bag? I don't know. Huh. If it didn't belong, Kawabata would notice. Well, I mean, he could have put it there and, like, not noticed its significance, maybe. So it's not like it doesn't belong to him, but it might be something that isn't usually in this kind of shop. Wait, could it be a pattern, maybe? Like the one-winged eagle? Or a pattern connected to somebody from the island? Huh. Okay, I don't see a one-winged eagle. I'm not really seeing anything that's not a futon. Except for whatever that might be hanging in there. I'm not sure if that's something in a bag or what. Yeah, I can't make anything of that. We got boxes. Could be behind him, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I got nothing. I can't seem to find anything.
Whatがあるんだね。わからん。わしにはわからん。あんたには何が見えてるのかね。
What is it you see? Yes, please tell us.
ありがとう、船長。全部これは運命だったんです。
Maybe she just saw a really fluffy futon and she's like, oh my goodness, that's amazing, I need it.
ここに私が訪れることさえ運命だった。これが私が六軒島へ行く目的で使命なんです。
エンジさん、どうしました？トラブルですか？
わしにもさっぱりわからん。お嬢ちゃんが暗がりを指さしたまま固まっちまったんだ。
エンジさん。
Oh, okay, I can see behind him now. 。 Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything there either. It is a mystery.
大丈夫ですか？何が見えるんですか？
あなたたちには見えないの？それよ、それ。見えないの？
What can't we see? Want to give an out of context line of context for too much? Okay.
見えるのはただの陳列棚です。
Okay, it's something in a display case. I didn't see a display case.
誰も言いやしませんぜ。
ウリュウ、エンジェ、僕には何が何だかわからないよ。
Neither do I.
これは夢なの？
Yes.
魔法なの？どういうことなの？エンジェ。
Sakurtaro lifted his face toward Ange. From his eyes flowed a single tear.
エンジ様。
理解したわ、お姉ちゃん。
Something to do with Maria? Why they gotta drag this out so long?
そしてベアトリーチェ。
ウリュウ。
This is magic, isn't it? She's like actually crying there. There's tears streaming down her face. I guess it... No, I don't know. I don't know if it has to do something with Maria. Oh, we back on the island?
テストって。
よく聞きなさい。
Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house. The message was that Kinzo wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor.
当主様は次期当主をお父さんたちの兄弟からではなく孫たちの中から選びたいとそうおっしゃっている。
From Kraus's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak. She was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now, and that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed.
それで私たちはどうすればいいの？
Kraus put down the receiver, then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order.
テストの前に無関係なものを排除しなくてはならない。ゴーダと熊沢がそこにいるのであろう。テストに干渉されては邪魔なのでな。彼らをゲストハウスより追放せよ。
If we look at this from a non-magic point of view, could be banishing them from the guest house to make it easier to kill either them or the kids. Or both of them.
追放ですか。
バラ庭園に園芸倉庫があったはず。そこへゴーダと熊沢を閉じ込めて施錠せよ。
Bruh.
まずはそれからだ。直ちに遂行するように伝えよ。我が文具たちが監視する。疑わしい行為に及べばテストは直ちに中止し、お前たちすべてを生贄として処刑する。
So stick Goda and Kumasawa in the gardening storehouse. Hmm.
わかりました。もしもしジェシカ、今から父さんの言うことをよく聞きなさい。
Kraus relayed the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa.
どんなテストをなさるつもりですか？
実に簡単なテストだとも。孫たちの覚悟を見せてもらうだけだ。さて、どんな結果を見せてくれるのか。
To show their resolve. Does he want them to go against him? Or does he want them to obey his orders? Looking disgusted, Kyrie watched Kraus, who was talking with the children. Hate it, but for now we cannot refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for an opportunity. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, straining our eyes so that we don't let a single chance escape until the very end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kyrie watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders.
キリエさん、ここは辛抱しましょう。
分かってるわ。悔しいけれど、今は待つしかない。この鉄格子さえ何とかできれば、私たちは屋敷へ戻ることができるんだから。
なんとかここを出られれば、試してみましょう。金蔵さん、頼みがある。
何か、我が友よ。
金蔵さんが子供たちを試したいというのはよくわかった。金蔵さんの納得のいくようにするといい。金蔵さんの力がなければとっくに潰れていたかもしれない後ろ宮家だ。その担い手を慎重に選びたい気持ちよくわかる。それにそのための親族会議だ。私ら邪魔はせんよ。
お前の理解が得られて助かる。そうだ、これは親族会議なのだ。私が次期当主を選び決定する最後の親族会議なのだよ。
それでだが金蔵さん、ここはあまりに冷えすぎる。あんたのテストの邪魔はせんから、もう少し暖かい場所に移してもらうことはできんかね。
In before, he's just like, oh yeah, let me take you to a warmer jail. Or just gives him a space heater. Confused Kinzo noises. At Nanjo's words, the slight signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. Nanjo was struck with a moment of silence as Kinzo gazed at him with dangerous eyes, as though appraising him.
確かにここは冷えますね。老体にはおつらいでしょう。親方様、上の部屋に移し替えても良いのでは。
Gilia's actually okay with that, but why? Hmm.
それはできん。甘いぞ南條。お前は一手猶予を与えるような素振りで実に華麗に布石を打つではないか。その手には乗らんぞ。凍えるというなら真っ赤に焼けた石炭でも敷き詰めてやればよい。
Oh boy.
申し訳ございません。
Gilia had tried to help out, but in the end, Kinzo would not comply. It just lined the floor with burning coals. That sounds like a Kinzo thing to do. Yeah.
あなたたちはおとなしいのね。その気になれば、こんな鉄格子簡単に破れるでしょう。
Felt like you could easily break these bars. Oh yeah, Shannon Cannon. The magic stuff.
ここを破ったとて何もなりません。
確かに。ここを破ったなら、ゴールドスミスのゲームが終わることを意味する。あなたたちも、そしてゲストハウスの人間たちも即座に金蔵の儀式の生贄となるでしょうね。でも案外あなたたちだけかもしれないわよ。この状況を打開できる力を持っているのはね。
Trying to say here.
黄金鏡にたどり着きたいんでしょ。叶えたい夢がいっぱいあるんでしょ。
ガープ、挑発はいけませんよ。これはあなたのゲームではない。親方様の、そしてお嬢様のゲームです。
どうしたロノウェイ。
いえいえ、何も。捕虜とおしゃべりをしていました。お許しを。
Gop sent one final sneering smile at Cannon, then turned away. Cannon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists.
くそ。
よく頑張ったね。よく我慢したよ。
僕たちは無力だ。家具だから。
そうだね。私たちは無力。でも家具は必要とされることだって、そして愛されることだってあるよ。 今の私たちは暗い地下室にしまわれているだけ。きっといつか誰かが愛してくれる、必要としてくれるから。だから今は挑発に乗らないで耐えようね。
お父さん、ゴーダたちを倉庫に閉じ込めるよう指示をしました。
よかろう。電話を切ってよい。シエスタ姉妹、孫たちがゴーダと熊沢を閉じ込めるのを監視せよ。もしも不審な動きがあるようならば、その時点で次期当主を選ぶテストは終了だ。
When Kinzo made his order, the Chister sisters appeared behind him in a line.
了解であります。石膏は私がやる。556と410は両翼支援。45は全集警戒。
00-556は。
そうだった。
Wait a minute. 556 and 410 will cover both flanks. Down to 556.
すまない。
いい子でした。だから私は嫌いに。いいやつは。
何をしているかシエスタ姉妹。
What happened to 556?
我が命令を遂行せよ。
失礼しました。では監視に向かうであります。出撃。
The Chester sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Dragon cycling through the Chisters? Yeah, it's not giving me 556. And I didn't hear a noise or anything about it. Won't say anything about 556. I'm very curious now. Nanjo and Kyrie had witnessed the instance they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation, but they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation, and the two could do nothing but rub their eyes.
さて、私はテストの準備をしよう。ロノウェ、ガープ、お前たちには試験官を頼む。ワルギリアはこやつらを監視するように。何しろ我が家具が2人いる。一応は警戒せよ。
He glanced at Shannon and Cannon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow and answered wordlessly, avoiding any unnecessary action.
かしこまりました。注意します。リーアの老体には寒くて辛くない？湯たんぽでも持ってくる？うるさいです。早くお行きなさい。ガップ。
さてさて、テストとは そして試験官とは、今回のゲームは変わった試みですね。お嬢様を楽しませる展開になると良いのですが。
I love Ronove so much.
さあさあおいでなさい、ヤギの従者たち。
Virgilia began to call out into the darkness, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants suddenly appeared.
リーチェの眷属ね。便利だわ。
All of the goats. Why the goats be so beefy, though?
しかも暖かそうだし。ああ、湯たんぽの代わりね。なら、ヤギより羊の方がいいんじゃない？
カシミヤ雑巾のくせにうるさいですよ。
The original sprites aren't so buff? Okay. I wanna see what they look like originally. Here. All of the goats sprites. Here they are. Goat. That is, yeah, much less buff. But why are they so buff now? What made them make that decision?
彼らは賢くはありませんが、命令に忠実で強靭な頼れる従者たちです。
You know, maybe it's just because they look funny this way. I could see that being the reason.
任せるぞ。我が友ワルギリアよ。残りの者は私と来い。
With a dignified gesture, Kinzo fluttered his cope. Cope? He fluttered his cope. Oh, wait, is that... There we go. Gotta flutter that cope. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Anyway, he fluttered his cloak. Following him were Ronove and Gop, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants.
あなたたちは私と残るのですよ。
The goats just go off, follow them.
ついていかないように。
The goats jumped in surprise and then came tottering back. Oh my goodness, these guys are goofballs. Yeah, they are very smart. They try their best. They're doing their best. Kyrie, who had been watching stunned as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort. Yeah.
愉快な部下ね。ゴールドスミス卿より死後の許可は与えられていませんよ。
Virgilia is getting bullied so hard this chapter, and I am all for it. She was probably embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coolly, but Kyrie saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. However, on the inside, Kyrie was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him. Yeah, after last yeah, she definitely deserves it. That's why I'm all for it. And fuck Virgilia. All my homies hate Virgilia. After all, including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuadorian. Although this mansion had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known of its existence until today. Are there actually several facilities like this on Rockinjima, where many unknown henchmen that only Kinzo knows of hide? Just how many humans are on Rockinjima, locked away by the typhoon? Virgilia, Runaway, Gap, 3 Chesters, 3 goats. Yeah. No, on the contrary. Were we the only ones under the impression that there were only 18 people on this island? Were we who bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not, and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not? Nothing more than the frogs in a well on this island? Oh, wait. Not only that. By now, are there actually more people on the enemy's side than on ours?
何が起こってるの一体。魔女、悪魔、魔法、それを信じろというの？おかしいのは私の目？それとも頭なの？
Well...
頭がどうにかなりそうよ。
A mass murder by magic. Demons forming and disappearing into thin air. Setting aside the enemy's numbers, how should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our world? Kyrie started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore. And while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she grit her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. Sanity? What's that? Is it tasty? Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden shed. But they were threatened that, if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard to get them to agree, but once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening storehouse was to be handed to them after being shut inside... Hey there, Kenny Elias. How's it going? And when it was decided that the blankets and food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. Angie? Oh, why's that?
ここは寒々しいですね。私たちはいつまでここに閉じ込められていればいいのでしょうか。
Playing Remnant 2 with a friend? Uh-oh. You find a bug or something? Game-breaking bug? Be pretty nasty.
下手をすると月曜の朝まで丸々一昼夜はいてもらうことになるかもしれない。本当にお二人には申し訳なく思うよ。
Kept wanting breaks from the game, so they had to keep waiting for him. Ah, okay. One point he plays around with cheats as a joke. Ooh. Ah. Yeah. My sympathy. The next world, and all of a sudden we have world level 21. Oh boy. From 7 to 20. Oh. Yeah, and then you're stuck like that. Ow. Because he leveled up all his weapons. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so Otavio, the way that The scaling works is that I guess it goes by your gear level on normal mode, and veteran is like one level above your gear level. I don't know if the other ones are harder, but anyway, your gear level, gear score, is based off of the level of your guns and also some additional points from classes. So, yeah. Since County Ellis' friend here upgraded his guns right before they went to a new area, that makes the area level super hard. I feel you, man. I mean, it would suck, but you could just re-roll the campaign. Like, you can keep your character and re-roll, and then just sort of blow through there. But then again, if this is your first playthrough, you could think of it as, I mean, you'd have to go through multiple times anyway if you want to get different stuff, because there's a lot of different stuff in there. It has a lot of replayability. You just might not want to play with that friend. So if it's my place to say that, but he's acting like it was an accident, but had to purposely go and level him up again and again. Yeah. Yeah. I do want to say though, don't let your friend ruin the game for you. It is a very good game, although it does have bugs and stuff itself. But I mean, I personally have been enjoying it quite a bit. I've skipped other games in preference of this. Yeah, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Remnant. I don't know if you played Remnant 1 or know about how Remnant 2 sort of works, but there are many different combinations of areas that you can get on the different worlds. So really, in order to get everything, if you're the kind of person to go get everything, you would have to play through multiple times in all the different worlds to get all the stuff. And there's a lot of secrets and all that, so if you do restart, there should still be plenty of stuff for you to find. And alternatively, you could, well, I don't know if you could survive in long enough to get to a different area. Because if you stop playing with your friend so that you don't have high level areas anymore, and then move to a different area, the first time you enter an area, the level is set. So, yeah. So you can't really change the level of the area you're in currently, but... Okay, it was his campaign anyway? Oh, well that's good at least. So it's not your world that got ruined. But I mean, maybe take a break from Remnant 2, give it a day or two, let yourself reset. Just I don't know, maybe chill with something else for a little bit. But I would recommend coming back if you enjoyed it before. I'm sure you can enjoy it again. But you just might want to take a little bit of a break there. And yeah, I won't say anything more about your friend. You know what you're doing. But I hope you can enjoy the game. I will say that. I hope you can enjoy the game. When you ran? Yeah. That Yeah, like I said, I am enjoying the game a lot. I hope everybody else can enjoy the game as much as I'm enjoying it. I'm sorry to hear that you're not having a great time with it. Yeah, I very much hope that it goes better for you. Okay. George and Battler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought.
月曜の朝までを2人でこの量じゃ辛いな。せめて厨房に言われたなら。
余計な場所には行くなと言われてる。私たちは監視されてるらしいしな。
何もお力になれないことを申し訳なく思います。こんな時に皆さんのおそばにいてこその私どもなのに。
Oops, I had myself muted. But yeah, just imagine being Goda and Kumasawa at this point, like being told, "Hey, yeah, we need you to leave the safe area and get locked up inside a shed while there are murderers doing murder stuff." It's like, you sort of have to do this or else other people are gonna get killed, so... Truly a fun situation all around.
仕方ないです。それより熊沢さんをよろしく頼みますね。何が起こるかわからない。いざという時は臨機応変に助けてほしい。そして何よりも無事でいてほしい。
ええ、分かっています。皆さんこそ気をつけてくださいね。今の親方様はまるで人の命をチェスの駒のように奪います。気をつけてください。
Goda stared at the floor, even now unable to believe what had happened as he remembered that atrocity in the dining hall. And he hung his head in shame at his failure to fully describe that terror.
ありがとう。くれぐれも注意してくださいね。熊沢さんも。
ジョージさんたちもくれぐれもご用心なさってくださいね。もう私には何が何やらさっぱりわかりませんとも。
それじゃあ僕たちは行きます。行こう、バトラ君、ジェシカちゃん。ほら、マリアちゃんも。
Looking at the pitiful expressions on the imprisoned pair's faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. The shutter was brought down and locked. Then George walked toward the small window on the other side of the storehouse. That side, there was a small latticed window that could only admit light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would hopefully protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out.
大丈夫ですか？寒くないですか？
ええ。 毛布をこんなにいただきましたからね。くるまっていればきっと平気ですよ。
石油ストーブとかを持ってくればよかったな。
ここじゃ換気できないからね。辛いだろうけど今は仕方がない。僕たちは人質を取られている。逆らえない。
畜生。なんとかキリエさんたちを救出することができれば。
聞かれてるかもしれないよ。ゴーダさん、これそのシャッターの鍵です。
確かにお預かりします。
Yoda took the key, showed it to Kumasawa, and placed it in his own pocket. There's only one key to the gardening shed's shutter. Oh no. Oh no. It's gonna be another closed room murder. I can't believe Goda and Kumasawa are dead. That key was being held by the ones locked up inside it. If the children had kept it, and had it stolen from them by some chance, that would do nothing but expose the lives of those in the shed to danger. I mean, it could be a red herring. Yeah, yeah, you're kidding. But yeah, they're dead. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. Look at how they're going into detail about, like, oh yeah, this can't be opened if they don't have the key, ha ha ha. Kinzo's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Kinzo had ordered that they had to be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, closed room would protect them. Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand, then looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether we obeyed orders or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. I was hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but I was able to hold that urge back through reason. 4 children left the area, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The light from the faint light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. I wonder if this insane incident will come to an end somehow, so we can meet those two again. To George, who had closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock had made it feel as though he'd killed him with his own hands.
それでも俺たちは逆らえないんだよな。
テストだと。クソじじいめ、ふざけやがって。それで母さんたちが殺されて父さんたちが捕まって理解できねえぜ。ぶっ殺してやる。
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。悲しくなんかないよ。
マリ
ア、もうすぐ魔女は蘇る。すぐに黄金鏡で会えるよ。あいて。
ボンク。
不謹慎なことで笑うんじゃねえぜ。何が魔女復活の儀式だ。妄想はじい様の頭の中だけにしときゃいいものを大勢巻き込みやがって。こいつは高くつくぜ。
畜生め。ゲストハウスに戻ろう。おじい様から電話があった際に不在だったらまずい。
Urged on by George, everyone began walking toward the guest house. At that moment, Jessica turned in a circle, facing toward the darkness of the rose garden, and roared.
おい、誰か見てんだろ。ジジイに伝えとけ。絶対にぶち殺してやるってな。行こう。
Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house, while fearing what was waiting for them up ahead. After they left, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up.
ごめんなさい。バレてました。
Oh my goodness.
45がすっとろいからバレたに。竜王様に怒られる。ごめんなさい。竜王様に言いつけるのは許してください。
黙れ、静かに。どうせハッタリだ。ゴーダと熊沢の監禁は確認した。任務完了。報告に戻るぞ。
イエーイイエーイ。泣いた。
連帯責任で人参と水だけの刑になりたいか。行くぞ。
Carrots and water? Oh. But like... You know, I'm just imagining, like, if there wouldn't be magic. I'm just imagining, like, having goats and rabbits running around doing stuff. I don't know. Like if we're not seeing what's actually happening, stakes are actually stakes, yeah. That would sort of make sense with the goats just sort of wandering off. Like instead of staying with Virgilia. You know, what if this is all just play acting? What if nothing is real? It's just a giant children's game. Oh my. They're just so rich and so bored that they had to make a game for themselves. Oh my. The fact that they were being watched certainly seemed to be true, because when they returned to the cousin's room, turned on the lights, and lay down on their beds, the phone rang again. Earlier, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as this was her house, but now it was the eldest, George, who picked it up. This time, Kyrie-san was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Battler out of consideration.
もしもし、キリエさんか。そっちは大丈夫なのか。
心配をありがとう。今のところは快適よ。ごめんなさい。死後は慎めと命令されてる。今から伝えることをよく聞いて。
The fact that they were hostages still hadn't changed. Kinzo, or one of his subordinates, was listening to the conversation. Battler restrained the urge to talk about other things, and focused on what Kyrie had to say.
テストはジェシカちゃん、ジョージ君、バトラ君、そしてマリアちゃんの順で行われるそうよ。順番に呼び出すから、それまでその部屋を出ないこと。呼び出された者は一人で指定された場所に向かうこと。
Yeah, this seems safe. Battler repeated it out loud so that the cousins listening in around him could hear.
ジェシカ、兄貴、俺、マイヤの順で呼び出しがあるまで部屋にいろ。だな。
What are they to do? Yeah. It's not really like they have any other options.
わかった。マリアもなのかや。9歳の子にまでクソジジイは何を強いる気なんだ。畜生め。
後ろ宮家の命運はあなたたちに握られてるわ。頑張って。
Battler noticed the strange nuance in Kyrie's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make sense to worry about the Ushiromiya family itself. That probably wasn't the message Kyrie wanted to send. It probably meant there is no way for us to escape from this dungeon, and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that.
ああ、任せてくれ。どんなテストか知らねえが上等だぜ。受けて立ってやら。本気のテストなんだよな。マジにやっちまって。いいんだよな。
ええ、本気のテストよ。おじい様も本気で試すつもりでいるわ。
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。死にかけの老いぼれが俺と本気？寝言は棺に入ってから言いやがれ。そこにいるジジイに言っとけ。次期当主は俺だ。その最初の仕事はてめえの面に鉄拳ぶち込んでやることだってな。
Truly a battler thing to say. Even without Kyrie having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears.
バトラー、それは実に楽しみであるぞ。
There's the Darth Kinzo I love to see.
一度は後ろ宮の名を捨てた男が何を身につけ、何の境地に至って我が前に現れるというのか楽しみにしている。そう伝えよ。
Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver. Therefore, Kyrie spoke for him.
大いに上等だそうよ。いい？バトラ君。手加減は不要よ。あなたはルドルフさんの息子。いいえ、私の息子よ。誰に自慢しても恥ずかしくないところを私にも見せてちょうだい。あなたに全てを託すわ。
了解だぜ、母ちゃん。あとは任せておけ。
私たち全員は当主跡継ぎの資格を失っている。もう私たちは取られてゲーム版から外された駒も同然よ。だからあなたたちだけで戦って。
キリエさん。
I love how he called her mom there. The nuance of those words meant we've already given up, so forget about us. But for that very reason, I won't give up. I'll definitely crush this test or whatever, and save everyone.
それでは一番最初のジェシカちゃんへのテストの指示よ。自分の部屋へ行けですって。
自分の部屋？
お屋敷のジェシカちゃんの自室って意味のよね。
ジェシカに代わる。直接伝えてやってくれ。ジェシカ。
もしもし。はい。わかりました。私からか。もう覚悟決めたぜ。行ってくるぜ。
Even Jessica was probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age. But she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve.
用心してね。
私たちは監視されてんだろ。余計なこともできない。言いなりになるしかないさ。
食堂でジジイは何のためらいもなく瞬く間に6人を殺したという。それは俺たちに対しても同じかもな。
分かってる。返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
無茶はダメだよ。危険だと思ったら自分を最優先にして。クラウスおじさんが自分のために娘が犠牲になったことを知ったら胸が張り裂けてしまうに違いないから。
逆も同じだぜ。父さんと母さんが殺されて私だけが生き残ったら私の胸だって張り裂けるぜ。
バトラ君、さっきの話は本当だよね。
ああ、キリエさんたちはもう覚悟を決めている。
ならなおのこと上等だぜ。みんなの命は私たちの双剣にかかってるってことだ。人質みんなは囚われの身で何もできない。なら私たちが何とかするしかねえんだぜ。
もし何かあったらゲストハウスに逃げ戻って。その時点で僕たちがおじい様のゲームに付き合うのは終了だ。
兄貴。
その時点で僕たちは宣戦布告。どこかに閉じ込められている彼らを救い出し、おじい様には叱るべき処遇を与える。
Clueless. Surely that would work.
いいのか、兄貴。シャノンちゃんもいるんだろ。
だからといって僕は座して婚約者が殺されるのを待ちはしないよ。僕が恐ろしいのはおじい様にシャノンが殺されるかもしれないことに怯えることじゃない。僕の婚約者に恐怖を味わわせたクソじじいを 君らが僕より先にぶん殴っちまうことだけさ。
Oh, snap! Yo. Absolute unit that is George.
なるほどな。確かにこいつは次期当主が誰かを決めるってテストらしいぜ。
だな。クソジジイの顔面に一番最初に拳をお見舞いしたやつが次の当主だぜ。
George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Marie's there in the corner. Ooh. Then Jessica headed off to her own room, as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. Watching her go, George and Battler gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. Left on the second floor, Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression.
みんなは何を息巻いてるのかな。ベアトリーチェが蘇れば、みんな生き返らせてもらえるのにね。
Jessica's form was already being completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Battler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away.
もしもし。マリア様ですか。キャノンです。ジョージ様に代わっていただけますか。
This time, it was Shannon on the phone. And this time, the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. Bonk W. Of course, since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion. The atrophied Western-style house that the cousins called a mansion was her home. And yet, she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she had never felt her own home. She knew well to be as alien as it seemed now. Next scenes might be extra long. Okay. Well, it's only like 10:40. And we're moving through scenes faster than used to. Her own room. This had once been her hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she had never felt as much pressure coming from that door as she did now.
テストだってち一体何が待ち受けてやがるんだ。まさか私の机とか引っかき回してねえだろうな。
She acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe she wasn't scared of anything. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room. Pause, champ. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up, she relaxed. It's like, what is this face? She's like, purring her lips. Seems like an odd way to break into a room in a tense situation. Seems sort of goofy. No one was there. Of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide here. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. This way, the room was safe. She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course, no one was hiding.
なんだってんだ。
Oh no. This seems like another closed room murder. Can't believe Jessica's dead. She looked at the clock. It was just past 23:10. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still about 23 o'clock. The plan had been for all the cousins to gather, having fun playing around, and talk animatedly about various things together into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing right now. Why has that turned into this?
全部あのクソジジイのせいだ。よくも母さんをみんなを。
She shook her head back and forth with anger and sadness. She whipped her hair back and forth. Awkward. But there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Opium. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's dead face. That's an interesting way of putting it. Even though Goda emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome, that I definitely shouldn't go look at it. Even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. But we were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line even a little would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it'll surely be against the rules. And Dad, Canon-kun, Shannon, Aunt Kyrie, and Dr. Nanjo will be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lives and one of my own. Trolley problem? Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself that said, "Isn't it okay as long as I stay alive?" Faced the door and made to unlock it. At that time, clap, clap, clap. A crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap.
鍵をかけたままならルール違反ということになり、人質たちにも危害が及ぶかもしれません。しかしそれでも自分の命だけは助かるかもしれない。しかしあなたはその誘惑に耐え、自ら鍵を開けようとした。そのあなたの勇気は称賛に値しますよ。
誰？
If I, the owner of this room, searched everywhere a human could have been hiding, where did this man come from? There was nowhere for a human to hide. But could something non-human have managed it? This was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built, middle-aged man. I didn't recognize this guy, who looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-winged eagle.
はじめまして、ジェシカ様。私は親方様より家具頭を任されております。72柱の27位。ロノウェと申します。
Yeah, Jessica meets Ronove for the first time. Well, at least in this cycle.
ロノウェ源氏さん。
Genji-san. Hmm.
ああ、源氏は私の弟のような存在。
First time ever. Oh yeah, Ronove Genji. I did not think of that, huh?
あるいはこの世界における私の正しい姿だったのかもしれません。
Perhaps he was my true form while in this world. Huh. That sounds pretty sus.
より白だったと言っても良いでしょう。
He was his vessel. Turned into a Minecraft villager once again.
何を言ってんだこいつ。
おっと、これは失礼しました。人間には話しても理解できぬ話。それでは本題に移りましょう。
クソジジイの言うテストとかいうやつだな。
さようでございます。こちらが親方様がジェシカ様に賜われましたテストでございます。
At Ronove's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be sent out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. As the cloud of gold butterflies spun around in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. Then that golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold wintry wind. And there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in gold leaf. With a gesture, Ronove urged her to pick it up. Jessica timidly did so and opened the letter inside.
非常にシンプルな次期当主の資格を探るテストでございます。そこに記されている問いに、どうか後宮家を担う次期当主としての心構えで臨んでいただき、答えとそれに至ったお考えをお聞かせください。
What is pi squared to the third power of? What if it was a math problem? Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Ronove's face several times. At that time, George, who'd been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the rose garden. If things had gone normally, he had planned to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here at this time on this day. Oh. Interesting. So this is the first time George did not get to give Shannon the ring. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon.
読みなさい。それがゴールドスミスからあなたに与えられるテストよ。
Still not midnight of the first day, yeah. George picked up the Western envelope, which was on the table where he'd once had tea with Shannon, and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp.
なんだい
見ての通りよ。それがあなたに与えられる次期当主の資格を探るテスト。次期当主としての資格を自らに問いながら、その問いに答えなさい。
なんてバカな問題だ。
そうね。本当にバカな問題ね。なら、ゴールドスミスにとっての後宮家の家督なんて、その程度のものなんじゃない
And before it's a question like, what kind of dog do you want? George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again, examining its contents. George and Jessica. While the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same. I wonder if they have to, like, kill each other or something.
以下に掲げる3つのうち2つを得るために1つを生贄に捧げよう。
Oh, okay. It's a trolley problem. Well, sort of. Yeah, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1.
簡単な3択じゃない。どれを見殺しに選ぶか自ら決めなさい。選択を拒めばテストは中断。私の手であなたをこの場で殺してしまってもいいって許可をもらってるわ。それさえも選択肢に含めるなら4択ね。私君みたいなこと遊ぶのは随分久しぶりだから、それも嫌いじゃないわよ。
この3択はあくまでもテストなのか、それとも選択は結果を伴うのか。
何を甘えてるの？君が選択したものは必ず命を落とす。
Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's lives. Oh wait, but if his life is choice number 1, then not choosing wouldn't really be a 4th choice. Yeah, it's not really that important, but I feel like this is at least the second time where George has had, or George and Shannon, or Shannon has had a chance to choose both of them surviving and everybody else dying. I don't know if that has any significance. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. Oh, okay. So in that way, there is a fourth choice. What do you think George would pick here? On how he's presented himself so far, I would say he'd probably choose one, his own life. But he could pick 3. I sincerely doubt he would pick Shannon's life. But I don't think from what's been shown he's the type of person to actually sacrifice everybody else. As for Jessica... I feel like she would get flustered and either not choose, or... Well, I don't know. I don't know. She seems sort of panicky. I don't know if she would sacrifice herself. Well, no, she would. Because they're with the door. Like, she was going to unlock the door. I think she'd choose one as well. Maybe. There is still room for doubt, but at least based on the door there. I don't know. It could throw me for a loop, and maybe Jessica would choose one and George would choose, like, everybody else. It's like metagaming. I don't know.
どうしてシャノンの名がここにあるんだ。
2番目の選択肢にはそのものが最も必要とする愛する者の名が。ジェシカへのテストの2番にはカノンって書かれているはずだわ。
Oof. Cannon's name instead of her father's name. I can see why, though.
このバカな問題をジェシカにも出したのかい。
ジェシカのことなんかどうでもいいでしょ。今試されているのはあなたよ。実に簡単な3択だわ。他の2つのためにどれを捨てられるかということよ。簡単でしょ。それでも決まらないならコインでも貸してあげようかしら。
コイン2面しかないものでどうやって3択を。
You know, I thought about that myself, but I didn't think he would ask that.
自分の命を捨てられる者がいるわけがない。
You know, they could throw me for a loop, and like God says here, no one throw away their own life. And George might do it just to spite her, but Ronave saw that Jessica would possibly sacrifice herself to keep everybody else safe, and then maybe she would choose a different answer. Just to throw everybody for a loop.
となればおのずと残る選択肢は2つになる。愛する者のために全ての人間を諦めるか、一人でも多くを救うために愛する者一人を諦めるか。 どっちにももっともらしい大義名分がつけられるわ。だって今やこの六軒島は悪魔の島ですもの。人間の世界の甘ったるい馴れ合いなんて必要ないの。誰も責めないわ。あなたの心の赴くままに。後ろ宮家の家督を継ぐにふさわしい資格が自らにあるかを問いながら。いいえ、自らが後ろ宮家当主であると思って選択なさい。
バカにしやがって。
Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor.
お怒りはごもっともと思いますよ。私も非常にお気の毒で、それでいて実に滑稽な出題だと思います。
Once again, I just love Robe. He seems like an okay guy, but then little things like this, I also find it an exceedingly pitiful and yet truly humorous question. He do be a demon, but he's got class.
自分から死にたいと願う人間なんているもんか。そして愛する人の命を見捨てて生き残りたいと思う人間なんているもんか。そして自分たちだけ良ければ他の人間全てを見殺しにできる人間なんているもんか。
いいえ、ジェシカ様、いても良いのでございますよ。ここは六軒島、悪魔の島。今や人間の世界から完全に切り取られ、魔界にどっぷりチーズフォンデュのように沈んでおります。
Now I'm hungry.
人の世の価値観など次の燃えないゴミの日に出してしまいますとも。ですからどうかジェシカ様が心より欲するものを順にお選びください。その結果残ったものがこの狂った今宵にふさわしきジェシカ様の回答となりましょう。
ふざけるな。こんなのどれも選べるものかよ。
いずれも選ばねば上記の全てを失うも立派な第四の選択肢でございます。それを選ばれるのもまた一興でございましょう。ただそれを選び結局自らの命を落とされるなら潔く一番の自分の命を選び他の二つを救われた方が賢明かと思いますよ。全てはジェシカ様の選択に委ねられます。どうぞ後ろ宮家の跡継ぎにふさわしい回答とその信念をお聞かせくださいませ。この炉の上親方様の血を引きし末裔にふさわしき素晴らしい回答を心より期待いたしております。
くしょ
ー And of course they don't show the answer. That scene was observed through the magic crystal ball Kinzo held. Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back. Spreading his arms and facing the heavens, began laughing in an explosive voice.
何を迷うか、愚かなる孫たちよ、我が末裔たちよ。即答できる簡単な問題ではないか。朝のトーストにバターを塗るかジャムを塗るかより迷わぬ選択であるというのに。お前たちには正しい答えがわかるか？
Is that a meta question? I think Kinzo would want them to say everybody else. I think that's what Kinzo wants to hear. Oh no, he's talking to the Chester sisters. He turned to face the Chester sisters, who had been waiting on him.
申し訳ございません。私にはわかりません。ゴールドスミス教。
愚か者め、選べもせぬとはな。ゲームオーバー。自らの生きる理由も目的も見出せん愚かなウサギめ。貴様など誰にも気づかれずに踏み潰されて生を終えるアリ一匹ほどの価値もないわ。
You know, going back to that fun little thought that I had earlier, where, like, what if all of this is just pretend, and they have, like, animals to represent these people? I'm just imagining him yelling at this rabbit sitting on there. Like, just a normal white rabbit, just doing rabbit things, and he's just yelling at it.
死ね、潰れろ。私が瞬きしている間に消えてなくなれ。お前はどうか。
私は一番の自分の命を生贄とするであります。武具は戦い、知ってこそであります。そして武具は敵を撃ち滅ぼし、味方を守るためにある。愛する者たちを守って死ねるなら本望であります。
ほう、武具らしい実に見事な模範回答よ。即答、大いに結構。そう答えれば人参が一本余計にもらえると教えられてきたのか。違うよな。それすらも違うよな。
Yeah, that's not the answer he wants. A classic soldier line. I am curious to know, like, whether that's actually her thoughts or if that's just her smart answer.
そう聞かれたらそう答えようと、お前はただ吹き込まれた通りに答えたに過ぎない。お前も今のウサギと同じだ。自分の生きる理由と目的を未だに見出せずに生きている。生きる価値なきクズめ。貴様など潰されて他の家畜の餌にでもなるのがお似合いよ。
Oof.
家畜の餌、光栄であります。
違うだろう。もう誰も死ぬところを見たくないんだろう。それがなぜ認められぬのか。認めろよ。お前の古傷の奥の奥が未だに産んで腐っていることを。不臭にて鼻が曲がりそうであるわ。愚かなる腐れウサギめ。お前にはこれが褒め言葉である。
Dang, he's just tearing into her. Even more than the person who couldn't choose. see. So he either wants, I'm pretty sure he either wants number 3, everybody else, or a hidden 5th answer, where they refuse to answer but fight back. Because, like, why choose when you could have everything? Like, that type of answer. Maybe.
ありがとうございます。であります。
さて、最後のお前はどうか。この3択から何を選ぶ
にひ迷うことなく当然2番であります。
おお、2番か。愛する者を生贄に捧げることを胸を張って選べる者は多くない。訳を聞かせよ。
愛する者はいつかいなくなるからです。愛する者がいなければ傷つかないし、いなくてもいつかまた誰かを愛せるかもしれない。だから今愛してる者なんて大した価値はないのですに。
I feel like that's a bad answer as well. Because after all, Kinzo's doing all this for Beatrice, who he loves.
にひ
なるほど。それでそういう回答になるわけか。愛に傷ついたがゆえに臆病になったウサギよ。ウサギは寂しさで死ぬと聞いたが、お前の心は一体いつ殺されたというのか。ならばウサギよ、問いを変えよう。2番の選択肢を愛するものではなく、そなたが愛したものの思い出に変えようではないか。
Oh, that's interesting. Change it to, instead of the one you love, or from the one you love to the memories of the one you loved. Huh.
どうか。これでももう一度選べるか。何が愛してるものに大した価値はないだ。愚かなウサギよ。自らの愛の深さにも向かい合えぬクズめ。選んでみよ。愛したものを忘れられると選んでみや。選べるだろう。選べるものな。ほら、選べるって言ってみろよ。
I love this face. This face is just so terrifying yet goofy. It's perfect for him.
選べるであります。選べる
Oh, snap.
であります。
ゴールドスミス卿、それくらいでどうかお許し
を。もうよいわ、クズウサギどもめ。
Oh, it said 00. I didn't notice that.
お前たちはワルギリアのところへ行き、地下牢の見張りを手伝うのだ。
Wait, there was 00's voice? Really? Huh? I'm confused. I thought it was different. Wrong sprite. No. That you know what, that would make sense though, because is it 45? What's her name? Which one is she again? The pink-haired one? Yeah, 45. Yeah, she's not really one to stick up for others, I guess. Yeah.
Kill!
The Chester sisters, with their respective old wounds of the heart gouged out, escaped by disappearing. After that, even though there was no one to hear, Kinzo continued talking by himself as though in a play. Yes, as though in a play.
と、このように愉快なテストなわけだ。実のところを言えば、これが正解という選択肢はない。むしろどの答えであろうともよどみなく。
One moment. Okay, I'm back.
素早く。そして確固たる信念と揺るがぬ強き自らの意志で選べるかどうか。その理由と意志の方が重要なのだ。私はそれを知りたいのだよ。ああ、我が末裔たちよ。お前たちはどのような答えを見せてくれるのか実に楽しみだ。
Okay, so yeah, it's not some hidden fifth answer, and it's not any of the normal answers either. It's any answer as long as they stick with it.
私か
Would he choose through you, though?
ああ、もちろん同じ問いを突きつけられたことがあったとも。その悪魔の問いに見事答えたからこそ、私は黄金と名誉とあの魔女を我が物とすることができたのだよ。私が選んだ答えはどれか言うまでもないよな。
Pretty sure he chose 3. Yeah, because after all, the rest of the Ushiromiya family perished. So I wonder if that's his reason for that happening.
さて、そろそろ答えは決まりましたでしょうか?
As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crushed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir from wind and rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy that was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Ronove waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't answer. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking, Ronove couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known. But cruelly, like a demon, Ronove urged Jessica to voice it.
どれも選べないというなら、そのお命、せめて痛みがないよう 安らかに頂戴させていただきますが、さて。
せよ。
はい。聞こえかねました。もう一度お願いできますかな。
Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Ronove's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer.
殺せよ。
She did go with one. Oof. Jessica said it one more time, clearly. Perhaps Ronove had imagined that this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded.
ジェシカ様なら、そのお答えを選ぶと思っておりました。
Okay, so they're going with the straight ball here. At least with Jessica. Because she was going to unlock the door, so that sort of gave a hint as to her answer.
さて、このテストは、どの選択肢が正解、不正解というものではありません。重要なのは、どのような考えを経てその答えに至ったかという部分です。さあ、ジェシカ様の、そして次期当主としての心構えを持って、それをお答えください。
別に死にたくて1番目を選んだわけじゃないさ。2番のカノン君を死なせること、こんなのもちろん論外だから除外。3番のその他みんなの命、こんなのももちろん論外だから除外。そしたら1番目の選択肢しか残らなかった。
消去法ですか。積極的にお選びになったわけではないと。
After chuckling slightly, Ronove dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Ronove's expectations.
悪くはありませんが、良くもない回答です。60点というところでしょうか。少し失望しましたよ。
A little disappointed. For a C, yeah, average. Oof. Man. He summed up that courage. He gets an average. Pain. I wonder if Ronove was sort of hoping for a gambling answer. Like, you pick one, gambling that that it was just a test. So sort of in that way, it'd be sort of like Kinzo. Gambles to do his magic and all that. Gambling with her life to save everybody. I don't know.
自信を持って選べみたいなこと言っておいて、そうしてやったら失望とは自分勝手な野郎だぜ。
消去法というだけではないようですね。いずれにせよ落第点ですが、もう少しお考えがあるようだ。伺いましょう。
死にたくないさ。だから1番なんて誰だって選びたくない。人は幸せに生きたくて 生の限りをあがいてるんだぜ。だから本当はまず一番目なんてありえないはずなんだ。
しかしあなたは一番目の選択肢、自分の命を捨てることを選んだ。その選択肢しか残らなかった。
一応それぞれの選択肢を選んだ後の未来のことを考えてみたぜ。
ほう、いかがでしたか？
まずカノン君を死なせてみた。私は自分の大好きな人を見捨ててまで生きる残りの生涯を想像してみた。
それはどんな生涯でしたか？
生きるにも値しない最低の女だった。いつまでも自らの選択を悔やみ、ただ後悔だけのために生きるみすぼらしい女だった。大好きな人を見捨てて生きることを選んだ最低の女なんて私には許せない。私が自ら引導を渡してやる。
Yeah, that's pretty intense. Oof.
勇ましい。では、3番目の選択肢も考えられたのでは？
ああ、私とカノン君以外の全員を死なせても見た。カノン君はそんな私を好きになるはずはない。そして私もまた、いくらカノン君がいてもそのために見捨てた大勢の命が生涯十字架となってのしかかってきた。そしてその十字架はカノン君にまでのしかかった。私はカノン君に十字架を背負わせるために愚かな選択肢を選んだりはしない。もしそんなことをする私がいたなら、私はその未来の私を許さない。その女にも私が引導を渡してやる。
Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future her beyond each of the three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at camp.
私さ、生意気にもカノン君に説教したことがあるぜ。自分の人生を思い切り生きてみろみたいなことを。
自分の人生を思い切り生きる。味わいある言葉ですね。それは意外にとても難しいものです。
だからさ、私が胸を張ってカノン君に見せなきゃならないんだよ。胸を張ってお天道様を真正面から見て、思い切り笑顔でいられる生き方ってやつを。
If she doesn't get bonus points for this, I call foul.
あなたの自己犠牲をカノンは受け入れられるでしょうか。あなたの身勝手な選択が余計に彼を傷つけてしまうことには思いが至りませんか？
だから伝言を頼みたい。
ほう、お聞きはしますが、何しろ私は悪魔です。約束は守らないかもしれませんよ。
守って約束。
Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. He had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all that she would be betrayed. At that extremely innocent smile, Ronove closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders,
いいでしょう。それで彼に何と伝えればよろしいですか？
カノン君の思いっきりの人生を生きて。ちょっと違う。カノン君のじゃない。本当の名前は未だに教えてもらえないけど、本当のカノン君の人生を思いっきり生きて、そう伝えて。
お嬢様。
ジェシカ、お前というやつは。
炉の上は気まぐれですから、伝言をしなかった可能性もありました。幸運でしたね。私がこの光景を見せていて。
Yeah, imagine being Kraus hearing that, yeah. By the way, Kraus wasn't even mentioned. A musty three-sided mirror was set up behind the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a three-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected on it, because the reflected scenes themselves were more important.
そこまでこいつのために命をも投げ出せるというのか。
申し訳ありません。ワルギリア様、お嬢様が命を落とされることはありません。僕を殺してください。2番目の選択肢に変えてください。
Oh yeah, I must have muted myself. Or, yeah. But with the, Kraus looked at Ken with complicated expression, and wouldn't meet his eyes. Okay.
それで、全ては丸く収まるはずです。
その願いを私に叶えることはできませんよ。これはジェシカの選んだ自らの選択なのですから。
At that time, suddenly, the air split and the Chester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest.
"私だって頑張ってるのであります。潰して家畜の餌とかあんまりであります。
I would feel sympathy for them, but, well, they murder people, so. Virgilia, who still didn't have a clue what was going on, was mobbed by the sobbing Chester sisters.
はいはい、大丈夫ですよ、大丈夫ですよ。泣かないで、泣かないで。美味しいお紅茶を入れてあげますからね。お前たち、ここの見張りを任せます。不審な真似をしたらすぐに知らせるのですよ。
The goat attendants all faced each other, nodding their heads. Virgilia took the Chester sisters and left. The sound of them going upstairs could be heard, so they had probably gone to an upper floor.
チャンスだわ。このヤギ頭どもは頭が悪いみたい。うまく騙せないかしら。
Yeah, I thought Kyrie would try something like this. Kyrie realized that an opportunity had arrived. But even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror had her eyes closed, as though in contemplation. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own aesthetic stance.
私の言い分は以上だ。殺せよ。
わかりました。それでは、ご安心を。あなたへの死は、どんな眠りよりも優しく、慈悲深いものにいたしますよ。
As Ronove raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica. Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Kraus went half mad and repeatedly body-slammed the metal bars. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. Kraus's pointless efforts certainly may have been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had as Jessica's father, so that he could save her. Cannon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. There were a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. It would instantly be reported, and then even Virgilia and the Chester sisters would probably dash in. Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. Cannon already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams.
庄司様。
Shannon, who had been looking at the three-sided mirror, raised her voice. When they looked, they could see George, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer.
Kimatta? Kimi no kotae.
ああ、決まったよ。
それは揺るぎない答え？
ああ、揺るぎないね。
なら聞かせてもらうわ。ああ、ちなみにジェシカはどうも自分の命を差し出すことを選んだようよ。まさか優柔不断な君も同じ答えを選んだって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
ジェシカはジェシカの答えを出したのさ。それがどの選択であろうとも、それはジェシカの答えだ。僕の答えに何も干渉しないよ。
そうなら改めて聞くわ。以下に掲げる3つのうち2つを得るために1つを生贄に捧げよ。1、2、3。それあなたが選んだのはどれ？
I think I skipped her saying that stuff because you had that pause.
まさかジェシカと同じ1番？
違うね。
Oh snap, they really threw us for a loop here. George didn't pick one. Hmm.
へえ
Yop looked a little surprised, because she had thought that this timid-looking man would obviously choose that option.
ならよかったわ。私にとって一番退屈な選択肢が外れてくれてよかった。じゃあ、まさかとは思うけど、2番シャノンの命を見捨ててみせる
He could also choose to fight back, but I don't know.
まさか今夜まさに婚約指輪を贈ろうという相手をどうして僕が。
これは大胆だわ。それが君の答えなの。
そうさ。僕の答えは3番さ。
Oh, snap. George, the traitor. George took the third option. Everyone else's lives. So much for George being an absolute unit. So he's the kind of guy that looks like a good guy, but then he's like, no, I'll sacrifice everybody. Well, most people. Unsurprisingly, Gop hadn't imagined that he'd give an answer like that. She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica. So she was interested in how he had reacted, or how he had reached that answer. How had he reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd ranked of the 72 demons?
聞かせてほしいわ。自分と愛する婚約者だけが無事で、それ以外の全てを犠牲にできる境地というのを聞かせてほしいわ。あなたもジェシカと同じで消去法というやつ？
違うね。はっきりこれしか僕には選択肢がないのさ。
Oh.
自分さえ良ければいいと？愛する女と引き換えに世界を犠牲にできると？
君は何を言っているんだい？
何？
Wait. Well, he said he chooses the third answer. How's he gonna frame this? George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted.
僕は今夜ここにシャノンを呼び出し、婚約の証である指輪を渡すつもりだった。僕とシャノンの婚約を祝福しない者もきっと多いだろう。僕は彼女との婚約を宣言することで親族すべてを敵に回すと覚悟していた。僕にはあるんだよ。この島に訪れたその時から。いや違う。彼女に婚約したいと打ち明けたその時からね。
結婚さえできれば他の何もかも犠牲にできると？
結婚とは自分は生涯妻の味方であり続けるということだ。僕にはその時点で彼女のために世界の全てを敵に回す覚悟があるんだ。
Those words, through the three-sided mirror, also reached Shannon's ears. and that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight. Then this incident had occurred, and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down.
それは何ともふるった答えだことね。なるほど。よく考えたら君にこれは気楽な選択肢だわ。だって君の両親は第一の晩にすでに殺されちゃってるんだもんね。今さら君にとって死んで困る人間は誰もいない。なるほどね。これは簡単な選択だったわ。
何とでも言うがいい。これが僕の、そして僕の次期当主としての覚悟と選択だ。
The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliantly sharp. You drink water. For just an instant, Gop felt the same sense of threat as Kinzo's, and was slightly overwhelmed.
なるほど。ゴールドスミスと同じ答えというわけ。君もあどけなさそうな顔して、将来はとんだ悪魔になるわけね。なんだ、私たちとてもうまくやれそうじゃない。君がゴールドスミスの後を継ぐ。そしてやがては私は召喚され、君に仕えることもあるかもしれない。それも案外面白いかもしれないわね。
Wait, so is this confirmation that with this decision, George will succeed Kinzo? Gop had needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore a determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance. And not just now, but since the very beginning.
僕には今すぐ当主を継承する覚悟がある。いや違うね。君はこのテストを当主として考えろと言った。だから僕は自分が当主であると前提して答えたんだ。いや、それすら違う。当主そのものとして考えた。僕は今後宮家の当主なんだ。
見事だわ。そこまで言えるなんてね。君はどうやらかなりの大物だわ。バトラとマリアのテストはまだだけど、私は君が合格でいい気がする。
Okay, so Battler and Maria will still get tested. It's just Gop seems to agree with his answer. Although I guess the final decision really rests with Kinzo. Well, I don't know. Is he just gonna let them decide, or is he gonna make the decision?
でもその答えがかけねなしの本当のものならね。
But yeah, it's true. He could have been gambling with this answer, like I said earlier. Like maybe he gambled that if he chose 3 and acted the part, it'd save everybody else. Hmm.
僕の覚悟を疑うというのか。
君が選んだ選択肢を実行できる？今すぐ自らの手でこの島に存在する全ての命を生贄に捧げることができる？自らの手でよ。
できるね。
What is that face? That's an interesting face there, George. He does look a little deranged.
その覚悟はあると僕は何度も言っている。
Oh yeah, I guess that's been the first time George has looked angry. Dang. Yeah, you don't mess with the nice, quiet kid.
ならば今すぐゲストハウスに戻り、バトラとマリアを殺しなさい。それが終わったら、他の人質たちも連れてきてあげる。君の手で、シャノン以外の全員を、その目の前で処刑してみせるのよ。できるんでしょ？
できるね。僕の覚悟は君程度のそれとはレベルが違う。
Oh snap, he's really gonna go through with it.
ならば実行しなさい。すべてに死を。新しき後宮家の当主として、この血塗られた儀式の遂行を。
了解したよ。実行する。僕は今やもう後宮家の当主だ。
Oh snap.
ええ、そうよ。自らの手でその玉座を赤く染めなさい。君は悪魔たちを滑る魔界の王となる。
Yeah, George Beatrice time. Or George Goldsmith. Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting how he was able to make Gop unsettled. Gop was convinced this man truly was fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness.
吹けよ嵐、鳴らせよ雷鳴。新しき魔王の誕生を祝うがいい。悪魔の島は今、新しい王を迎えた。
In response to the demon's call, a tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light giving the sensation of a moment of silence. Flashbang.
でさ、その殺害の順番だけど、僕が決めていいわけだよね。
どうぞご自由に。新しき六軒島の魔王陛下、あなたの御心の赴くままに。
George really said, fuck it, we ball.
とりあえずさ、その一番目が君になるわけだけど、いいかな。
Oh?
え？
A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak. It was very much like the cloak worn by the head. Definitely carried that impression of dignity. That time, Gop truly did see the storm wiped away, and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back, and sneered at the demon.
後宮家親族の全ての命さえも今や僕の財産だ。それに損害を出してくれた賠償、安くは済まないよ。
Man, this is a roller coaster of emotion, I gotta say. Like, is he, like, will he, won't he, will he, won't he? What is going on in his head?
まさか僕の両親に夏日おばさん、ルドルフおじさん、ローザおばさん、そして源氏さんの命を奪っておいて、この僕が見逃すと本気で思ってるのかい？
ははは生意気よ。
Oh dang. Ronave was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart. But right before he could, his hand stopped. On the carpet at their feet, 1, 2 small red flowers bloomed with a plop, plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens. On Jessica's fist. Ronave's nose was stained red with spewing blood. Oh, she fighting back. And those drops had been dripping onto the carpet.
ちなみにさっきのは乙女としての回答な。次期当主としての回答は別だぜ。
お伺いします。
大好きな人も家族も親族もみんな私が守る。私が当主ならそれは私の責務だ。お父さんは威張ってるだけじゃない。私や母さんを守ってた。後宮家を受け継ぐ重圧ってやつと何十年も戦ってた。だからわかるぜ。次期当主ってのはな、軽くだからさ、捨てられるんだよ。自分の命くらい簡単にかけられちまうんだよ。
Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her father had bluffed and fought alone continuously. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Ronave's face. That terrifying strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using. It was a strike of a person, a family head, who could throw away everything in order to protect.
父さんが次期当主の資格を失ったなら、順当に次の当主は私が継承するぜ。後宮家当主、後宮ジェシカ。これ以上好きにさせるほどふぬけちゃいねえぜ。
素晴らしい回答です。先ほどの点数を改めましょう。その回答に10点プラス、見事な左ストレートに10点プラス。
Plus 10 for that splendid left straight.
ってことは、あと20点プラスで100点満点だな。
Not gonna find a good starting point for a fair while, pretty sure. Oh. Well, will the fights end soon? Like, I gotta see. Well, I don't know. This is a very awkward point to stop here. Yeah, man, this has been just a roller coaster. Like, really. I thought George really was gonna like murder everybody, but now it looks like he's just trying to fight back. And Jessica had given up, but now she's trying to fight back. And then we got the music going. I love it. The fights don't really end right away? Okay. Well, there's no like scene transition or anything? Just well, or okay. Well, yeah, there's a scene transition. Okay. Thank you. As Ronove jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair, he violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin filled with a delight he hadn't felt in so many centuries that he couldn't remember.
ジェシカ様の覚悟、満点に値するかどうか、この世の上、試させていただきますよ。
Compare this to Gop's reaction. Hey man, Ronove gets a full 100% on his reaction. Like, ever since we first saw him, I love Ronove. I think he's my favorite character now. Well, I think he's been my favorite character. The smooth, badass butler. I love that.
うぜえぜかかってきやがれ
Way too dang.
おいで奈落へ
Oh, this sounds pretty cool too. Okay, so I'll save here. But we just gotta chill with this music here for a bit. Oh man, we just went to 11 with everything going on here. No, don't be sorry, don't be sorry. That's just how it be. I'm glad you told me that, like, this would be the best place to stop for now. 'Cause yeah, it is a little past midnight. Oh man, we're really kicking it up now. So, cliffhanger for next week, get hype. But in the meantime, if anyone is new and interested in social media, I've got links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter in chat, and you can always find them in the about section below the video player, or below the about section under the socials banner. I think there should be what you think is an even better song. Nice. Nice. And this is like a perfect start for next week. Come into the abyss. Oh man. But then, so tomorrow we will be continuing Remnant 2. You can see the grenade launcher in its full glory as I blow up myself and my allies. Although hopefully the explosions work this time and aren't just invisible. Well, maybe it's just because I'm a really cool dude. I can't actually see the explosions. The only thing I can do is turn around and walk away. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, this was a good one this week. But anyway, in the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.